Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals 0 Hour to make the best game ever. Good. This session, we want to continue with the camera and height map stuff. Let me delete this branch here. Yep, delete. And let's see. Oversized terrain, resized terrain, the terrain area, blah blah blah. Okay. So we have this one, oversized subvisible terrain area, resize subvisible terrain area. Low angle draw width. Yeah. Right map, okay. So this one we delete, yeah. So we simply reset this. Oh. Flat height map, resized terrain is empty. Okay. Not needed with flat version. Okay. So okay, this one we can remove. Take this, resize. So oh boy, that's a big diff here. I wonder if we should it's only such a big diff because we changed the indentation of that thing. So let's say we revert the indentation. then it's simpler. Yeah. Okay, then take this here. New York. Okay. Good. Then we also remove this stuff down here. All this. Okay. Probably want to add a comment here. Spackers add info. this is the original algorithm. So this is the original algorithm. The original code to determine the center position for the visible terrain area. It is expensive. It is relatively expensive, and it is relatively expensive and falls and breaks when the view frustum, the frustum planes can no longer intersect with the ground, with the terrain. Intersect with the terrain at low camera pitch, but it is very accurate. It's very accurate when it is right here, and breaks when the view frustum can no longer intersect with the terrain at low camera pitch, or when the camera is far away from the it's too far from the terrain, but it's very accurate when the camera is close to the terrain. It's close to the terrain. For now, we prefer to keep this code for camera pitch above camera for the original camera pitch and above using the fast approximation would require to increase the normal draw width by at least one tile length. Determine the center position for the visible terrain area. It is relatively expensive and breaks when the frustum planes can no longer intersect with the terrain at low camera pitch, or when the camera is too far from the terrain, but it's very accurate when the camera is close to the terrain. For now, we prefer to keep this code for the original camera. Using a fast approximation would require very fast approximation. works well for all camera pitches, but is less accurate. Is a bit less accurate. It's less accurate than the original implementation. Let's put this comment down here. Fix. Works well for all camera pitches, but is less accurate than the original implementation. Using the fast approximation for all higher camera pitch would also require to increase the normal by at least 1 tile. Camera pitch, because we naturally will be, because the camera naturally can look much further, and because the camera naturally can look much further. Well, it can see farther. Can see further. I don't know. Do we really need to have a reason for this? Okay. Then we take that. Okay. Okay. So this far Z thingy, let me look at this again. Far Z. Can I pitch slower than that? There was not enough at default. Fixed pitch zoom is larger. I would say we do a else if far Z times equal to to extend far Z follow pitch because more of the word needs to be rendered. Okay, and then here we say implement oversize terrain on low pitch and fix terrain centering on low pitch. Okay, then here I will create one change here, optimize. I think we can revert this here, unstage. Optimize optimize min height loop in this function. And then here fix, I don't know what the effect of this is, but it looks right to me that we do this. Fix condition in this function. Okay. And then Let's run the game. So we need to see that we roundabout match the far Z. The far Z between low pitch and the terrain, the visible terrain area. That it's roundabout the same. I don't think it has to be perfectly identical, but just a little bit. You can tweak it. We sell this. Okay, so like this. Yeah, okay. So as we can see, the objects, they are further visible than the terrain. So so how about we do 1200 f times 2. When the game credits are rolled, the text scrolls slowly from bottom to top. The speed at which it moves depends on the resolution of the game. The cause is that the way the text scrolls, it doesn't use a set time, but it uses pixel increments. Since rather resolutions have more pixels to scroll, it takes longer. Okay. That makes sense, yeah. Bug minor. Good. Skirmish. Let's go. Okay. Okay, now they are pretty much in sync. Yeah, let's rotate. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if it should be a bit less. So how did they come to 1200? Let me think about this. So the terrain, the map XX factor is 10. 1200. We have 200, we have 129 tiles, right? Times 10. Maybe that's why. What's that? Yeah. Maybe. Possibly. suspect that was the reason that they say we have, so by default we have 129 tiles and each of them is 10, so times 10, so that is this number, and then they chose something that is smaller than that. That's my assumption here. In that case 1200 makes sense. Yeah, it's just that the problem with this number is well, it doesn't make sense because it does make sense. Yeah. Yeah. 1290. Maybe do we include a world height map here? Height map we include. Let me see that. World height map .h. We need this enum here. This. World height map. We include height map, but not the world height map. Can we include world height map in here? Maybe. Okay, let's include it. So we have height map. We include world height map. And then we do yeah. This seems a bit arbitrary here. So we say far z is equal world height map we say this one is integer, right? Yeah. We say apps, no, not apps, max height and width. Times this. So this would be let's just do static assert expected equal expects square draw area. Then we do this width. So this would be This would be 1290 now. This number. 1290. And then here we would do here would do low pitch, low angle. Then here we would do low angle, draw height. There you go. So this would be 2570, and then for this one here, well, for this we can just set like an abnormally high value, like I don't know. Yeah. I think we could just keep it how it was. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's see how that looks. So now we have the normal height. Let's sell this here. Okay, so now I do see a little bit of blackness up here. So this is not enough. See that? There's a little bit of blackness here. So we need to add a little bit of a buffer there. Yeah. This is still not enough. So here I would actually say this is a bug fix. And then we say extends initial fuzz because that was not enough. Then we add here a little bit of an extra cushion, like let's say plus 100F. Yeah, a little bit of extra. So I don't know, let's do not 100, so let's do plus 10 maybe. Plus 10, like that, like this, plus 10. And here also plus 10. Yeah, a little bit extra, it's the same. So this would equate to 1390. But then this one here would be too large, right? Again. Yeah. Because that is not enough. Okay, so let's see. Okay, and I think now that we can look far enough. Yeah, Then let's lower the pitch. And we can't, this is too far now. This is too far. Then here, let's remove this and test that again. Good. Then I don't know why I just built that. Don't need it. So then we lower the camera. Yeah. And we can still look too far. Still too far. Okay, why is that? Right, so I think the problem here is that here we are at the mercy. Yeah. Yeah, this is highly dependent on our approximation change. So yeah, I think here we just need to experiment a bit. Let's try like -10. Yeah. Let's see what that does. It doesn't have to be perfect. If we just get something that looks okay, then I think that's good enough. Need to extend. So, solo play, skirmish, and let's go. It's still too much. Still too much. Let's go lower. Let's do -20. I think we need to actually work with fractions. So let me do calculator. So 129 divided by 139. No, the other way around. 139 divided by 129. 77. So I think we need to do times 1.075. 0.075. And this one would be 237 divided by 257. 0.92. 0.92f. Okay. Okay, that looks almost in line. Yeah. I think that's pretty decent. We can put it a bit more, like maybe we do a 90. And then here we do 0.8 maybe. Oh. So this would be 1393 and this would be 2313. Okay. Okay, I think that looks pretty decent. Yeah. Yeah, I would say we leave it at that. Let's see this. Yeah. Looks good. Cool. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. Then then here we do a change for this, and we say fix far z. Say fix far z regular. And then here we do tweak far Z low pitch. Okay, and then we do, here we have some refactoring. Let's take that guy and that. Okay, we call this refactors. Height map, refactors. And then I'm just committing to this branch. I don't really care for reasonable commits right now because it's just chaos branch. What do we have here? W3D view. Here I tried to tweak some more thing, right? Now there still is the open question of World Builder, how this behaves now, if it still works or not. Let's run World Builder. I'm a bit scared about it. Here. Let's see. World Builder. Okay, we see the terrain. That's already a good start. We can also scroll out. Okay, that's also good. There's a light here, so that's fishy. Okay, let's see what happens if we modify the terrain. Now that's the important question. There's a chance that this breaks things. It does. Crashes straight away. Fantastic. Cool. Oh boy. Update height map. Mouse moved. Update height map. Oh shit. Update height map. Partial range. Oh. Update VB. Oh, all these are null. Well, that's not good. So I assume this means it never called init height map. Yeah. Oof, that sucks. Partial. Update height map. Update block. Do partial update. partial. Update height map in view. Partial. It's always called with false, except for this update height map. Oh. False. Whew. Yeah. Update height map. So there are multiple callers. The caller is true. True. Yeah. Do partial update. Partial update. Partial update. Partial update. Vertex coordinates and texture coordinates as well as static lighting updated. Pre-computes. Yeah, this is quite scary now. Yeah. Hmm. Mhm. Yeah, so everything I did so far was only for the game. Now as world builder, things will be different. This is, yeah, quite a bit scary. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Show entire map. Hmm. Maybe this init height data should not happen in here. What if we move this somewhere else, like hmm. like init hide data shroud, like here, here. Then we put this here in the hide data. Okay, and then here we put a okay. Maybe put it like that. And then update height map in view. This one. Height map edit copy. Feather copy. Okay. Edit copy, feather copy. Duplicates. Oof. Mouse down. Make a copy of the height map to edit. Another copy because we need it. What? Oof. Okay, that's unexpected. That sucks. Yeah. So when you click the mouse, it creates two copies of the height map. What the hell? What happens in this duplicate function? What height map edits? Oh boy. Oh. 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 Huh. Huh. Oh. Oh. My gosh. Update height map. Brush term. Uh, Hmm. I should have looked into Word Builder before I did the changes to client height map. Now I bring into question a whole approach. Oh, yeah. 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 Yeah, it's do partial update. Partial range. Just range into the current drone map range. Yeah, I'm not a fan anymore of this approach that we did with pre-computing the things, and because essentially these update block and this was supposed to take care of it, but the problem is this one can only do it in some visible range. It can only do it in some area that is currently on screen or supposed to be rendered. It can't do it outside of, which is kind of sad, right? So in a way, this function is cursed. So is update block. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the reason we did this optimization is because if we oversize the terrain draw area, then it will recompute all the vertex buffers, and then it will cause a huge stall, right? Here, if it does this for a large area, it did a huge stall. Hmm. That sucks. This work in progress branch is now also so complicated already. I'm losing oversight of all the things. Maybe we should already start merging some of the things that we know work properly and are good. Because the more we add, the more complex this whole branch becomes, and the harder it will be to detangle all this bullshit. Okay, but right now the worrying part is I'm not sure how to proceed here. The problem I see is that with the pre-computation that we have added a new layer of complexity to the height map, which makes it more complicated, which makes it error prone, and yeah. Hard height map. Update VB. Object. Hard height map. You know, also I have the impression that this stuff here, these pre-computed things, they should not be part of the world height map, but they should be part of the render objects, the height map render object class. This class. Yeah. Maybe. Shit. It's possible that we implemented this all wrong, right? Yeah. Oh boy. The get light rays. Who uses this? Bridge buffer. Bridge buffer uses it. And this one, who uses that? Pre-compute ambient light. Yeah. Height map uses it. Who uses this? Yeah, so I wonder if all of these things here should actually be in the height map render object class. Yeah. Possibly. That sucks. Yeah. I don't think it is meant to be in the world height map. It needs to be elsewhere. This stuff. And this. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, but we have some prototype at least that works in principle, at least for pure game, but not for editor. Yeah. Maybe we should start merging some of the things that we know are good. Yeah. Yeah. Shit. Yeah. Okay. Oh boy, that is upsetting. This will be a lot of work to finalize this change, I think. A lot of work. Okay, first thing I will reset these because we don't need that. Here I was experimenting with some change. Yeah. Just zoom and scrolling too fast. Height constraints. Is camera above ground? Camera past that. Yeah. Oh boy. So here the goal was to try make the camera just a zoom when the camera would not be above the ground. So we have camera. Why did this not work? Is camera above ground? Scrolling. Okay, let me see that. What it does. Camera plus Z. Terrain height under camera. So it's just this issue. Yeah, how do we fix that? So if we scroll slowly, then everything is fine. Yeah. But if we scroll fast, then we are below the terrain because not too fast. Just zoom. Is scrolling and not too fast. Not is within height constraints. Or not is camera above ground. Is camera above ground. Camera above ground. Is camera above ground. Oof. Terrain height on the camera. I don't know what the problem here is. Maybe it needs a larger epsilon here, or I don't know. Camera per Z. If camera per Z. Maybe minus 20. Or let's remove this here. That doesn't work. If we go slow, then that works. If we go fast, it does not. Camera per Z. Terrain height on the camera. Terrain height. Maybe we should have const real terrain height under camera pos. We do camera pos dot x, camera pos dot y. Is camera above ground? And then here we do camera pos Z. Terrain height on the camera pos. So this is now the real position under the camera. Yeah, let's see. Let's call this above terrain. Good. China, let's go. Still doesn't work. Is camera, why is this not working? Terrain hide under camera position. Terrain hide under camera. So for some reason, so it's 120. 120. Yeah. Camera above terrain, true. It does adjust height, but it doesn't go to the real height. Why not? Is that because... Maybe it's because... Move pivot to ground. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it doesn't go fully up the terrain. I would expect it should do that. Well, I mean, it is kind of a bug that we can look below the terrain already here, right? So that's already a fail. Zoom camera to desired height. Not this camera above terrain. Zooming or moving pivot. Zooming or moving pivot. Okay, my suspicion is that it currently cannot properly recalculate camera constraints after scrolling. What did this do? Constraints valid. Clip camera into area constraints. Man, this camera and height map shit is so complicated. Oh my gosh. Okay, the question is, how can we avoid looking through the terrain at all ever? No, so the problem is only the pivot right now is guaranteed to be at the ground level, but the camera, if the pitch is low, is not guaranteed to. So how do we prevent that? How do we prevent that? Zoom camera to desired height. Move pivot to ground. Scrolling only adjust if we are too close or too far. Only adjust if we are too close or too far. This camera above terrain. Yeah. Should probably rename this to the camera. Height above ground. Camera offset Z. Current height above ground. This one really should be called terrain height under pivots, right? Terrain height under pivot. And this one, current height. Camera offset Z. Camera offset Z times zoom. Terrain height under pivot. Then here we say terrain height on the camera. Okay, now the question is how do we guarantee that the camera is always, that the real camera, not the pivot, the real camera, that this is always above the ground? So camera to desired height. Camera to desired height. Desired zoom. Maybe the desired zoom. Maybe the desired zone. Desired height. That's just zone. Desired zone. Desired height. Can I offset that? Can we desired height? Script height. Ground level plus height above ground. Height. X, Y. Desired height. Yeah. Desired height. How about here we simply say get, we have a 3D camera position function. So we have this camera, oops, say camera pos equals this, and then vector, no, real terrain height under camera, the terrain, get position, let me copy it here. So we have camera position, terrain height under camera, ground height, and then we say this plus this, but then we say get desired height. Camera pos. Height. Get height. not sure if that works. Position, ground height, ground level, desired height, ground level. Yeah. Plus desired height. Is this the absolute height or not? I'm not sure. I already forgot all of it. Is this absolute height? It seems like, because it says ground level plus height above ground. Yeah. Let's just try. So camera pause and then terrain height on the camera. And then desired height. Then here we say max or min. Maybe we say rear desired heights. Okay, I'm not sure if this is correct, but let's test this. Oh man, this camera in height map code really gives me a headache. I can't wait till this is done and then move on to greener pastures, because it's so annoying, this code. Man. Not my favorite. But I'm happy that the camera works kind of good now, right? The camera is not the problem. The terrain, the height map is still troubling. But the camera looks like it's almost in good shape. Yeah. Well, we spent a couple months now on this, right? So it better be. Yeah. So let's see if that does any good. Oh, well, that looks bad. Uh-huh. Well, that sucks. Okay. Min. Terrain height under camera. Height above ground. Ground level. Height above ground. Oh, this needs to be max. Not min. let's say desired height is this. And then we say here desired height equals max. Okay, it doesn't work. Well, that sucks. Desired height. Desired height. Max. Okay. Desired height is 310. And this is 0. Okay, well, that doesn't help. How do we... Maybe maybe we need to do it elsewhere, where we set camera transform. Maybe here we need to say here build camera transform, build camera position. Maybe here we need to say height scale source pose, translate to world space. And then here we say translate to world space, and then we do source pose XY, terrain height under camera, and then we do source pose dot Z is max. Let's say if terrain height under terrain height under camera is smaller than source pose Z, or let's say if source pose Z is smaller than this, then source pose this, then this, and then we give it like some small delta here, like 1 or so. Yeah, maybe we can do that to always force the camera. Yeah. Now this would also mean that, let me get back to terrain height on the camera. Then this would mean we probably don't need this change here. Let me remove this here again. Okay. Okay. Well, it doesn't work. I mean, it sort of works, yeah. Yeah, it sort of works. Uh-huh. But it's still too... Yeah. Yeah. I think the problem is, one, it's still too close. And source pos. Target position. Target position. Target position. I think if we modify this one, then we would also need to modify the target position so that the pitch doesn't change, right? Yeah, I think we have to change it in a way that the pitch doesn't change. So let's try this. Let's say const reposition z, and then we use this minus this, and then we do plus equal this, and then also we do this plus this, and then we do source and target pos like this. Maybe this works. Let's try that. I put a little bit bigger delta. Yeah, this is a distance of let's do plus near z is this here. Clip planes, get clip planes near z near. Let's do MP 3D camera. No. 3D camera. Get clip planes. Real. Near Z. Far Z. We do near Z. Far Z. And then here we do plus near Z. Man. Okay, that's not bad. Let me sell command center here. But there is a problem though. Ah, okay, I know, I understand. Plus near Z. Let's say const real min height above terrain. Min height above terrain. Okay, and then we do this. Good. Let's see. There we go. And it doesn't work. Why? Min height above terrain for Z plus near Z is smaller than this. Huh? Smaller than this. Min height above terrain. Source pos. Why is this not working? I don't understand. This should have worked. Huh? If min height above terrain is source pos plus near Z is smaller than this, then reposition Z is terrain height on the camera. Terrain height on the camera. Terrain height. put a breakpoint here. $23. Min height above terrain. Min height above terrain. Ah. Ah. Smaller than this, plus near Z. Plus near Z. So this is smaller than this plus near Z. Then we take. Then we also take this plus near Z. Like this. So let's see. Aha, that looks more like it. Aha. Okay, that's cool. Okay, but that still looks broken. Okay, it looks good here. Yeah. But this still looks wrong. And then it also clips so weirdly. Why does it do that? Reposition. Z. Okay, I don't understand why this happens. This clipping has two bugs. This is the first bug, and this is the second bug. Why? The only thing we did was adding this here. Let me remove this and test again. That's weird. Yeah, so this here, the clipping is gone. That's strange. That is strange. Why does this happen? Why is this so complicated? Oh my gosh. Some mistake. Yeah. Ground level. So we know that the ground level is not yet updated, right? So yeah. So this code is correct, but it somehow causes a bug because of other factors. Somewhere where we do the ground level update or yeah, ground level update. So if the ground level is well, it's not jumping, right? It's I mean they So this works gracefully. It moves the camera up. Fine. Right, so there's nothing to worry here. This looks fine. So basically our expectation is if we zoom back, it's never below the terrain like this, right? It already goes up if it has to, because we don't want to look through the terrain. It should just look fine. Yeah. So how do we do that? Maybe this is already too late. Maybe it needs to happen earlier already. Maybe we can't modify. Maybe we can't modify it like that. Although this code has to be at the end of this, right? Because here we again change some pitches, right? So to me, it looks like this should be at the very end. Yeah. Oh boy. Get clip planes. So this is fine. So the ground level is not yet updated, and then we will change the zoom. Why is this causing problems? Why is this causing trouble? Oh boy. Yes, file transfer use a big packet flow, but those sizes are correct. The bug was only timeout. But they handle the conditional inclusions of things like, did this change since the last message? So yeah, so I don't understand why A, it's still not above the ground, and B, it teleports. That I don't understand. Why is it doing that? Ground level. Ground level. We only changed the Z position of this thing. Z position. Well, maybe that exactly is a problem. Move pivot to ground. This one also uses build camera position. Maybe that's why. That could be a problem. Let's move this out of build camera position. So we take this guy and we do build camera position. Here, build camera transform. And then we do it after this. Let's try that. Maybe that helps. Because it's only it's like a post-process position to make sure that it doesn't clip into the terrain, but it's not meant to be the real camera position, right? So no, it still has a bug. Oh shit. That's strange. Let's move it here at the very bottom. Move pivot to ground. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is here. Um, it should work. Why is it snapping? Hmm. Why is it snapping? It must have something to do with this move pivot to ground. But I just don't understand it right now. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's an error somewhere. Clip camera into area constraints. It's probably not that. Let me let's comment out this here. Yeah, I just want to see that this clipping is not responsible for this behavior. Okay. Okay, it is a clip camera responsible for that. Why? clip camera into area constraints. Fast. Is there some error? Get position. What is this doing? Mpos. Get position. Why don't we just Mpos? Why don't we make a copy of this set position? Ah, right. Camera area constraints. Let's see how these are calculated. Here, that's the one. Because there was created. The matrix. I don't understand why our height reposition causes this camera area constraint to be so weird suddenly. Why? We don't change the forward. That's the same. It also uses this here, build camera transform. Set transform. Build camera transform. Set transform. Is it related to this here? Let me comment this out. Solo skirmish. Oof. Okay. Oof. Oof. What is this? That's before using its transform. Okay, okay, so we do need to do this, yeah. But really the height shouldn't change anything. I don't understand. We also don't change the rotation, so we really only change the height of the look at position and the camera position, and so it really shouldn't change anything about the clipping. I don't understand. Okay, but it somehow does something. Mhm. Hmm. Mhm. Hmm. Hmm. I don't understand. Okay. Um. Hmm. Hmm. I really don't understand where this bug comes from. Somehow, that's. Oh, this gives me a headache again, this bullshit here. My gosh, why? pivot to ground. I don't know what the problem is. Something I'm missing here. I can't wrap my head around why this is jumping this position. We're not changing. We're not doing anything really. We're just changing the Z position of the camera to clamp it above the height, terrain height. It's all we do. It's nothing. We do nothing, and it just falls apart. What is this? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It shouldn't be this broken. Oh man. What could be the cause? It's probably something really, really stupid. Really stupid. But what? What would that be? Something here in the camera constraints. But what? It does build the camera transform. Does the repositioning affect the distance? We're only changing Z. As long as it doesn't affect XY, I would expect that the constraints don't care about this, because it only works with XY. It doesn't care about Z. How can we debug this? Hmm. Oh, man. Goddamn camera. I don't understand the problem. I don't. We somehow we modify the Z and then everything breaks. How is this possible? Why does it break? Why do the constraints break when we change, when we post change the Z of the camera position? It doesn't make sense. Why would that be a problem? Oh, man. Why can it not be simple? Hmm. 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 Why is this happening? I try to think of a reason, but I just can't figure it out. I can't wrap my head around this issue. It's also strange that it doesn't. It's not above the terrain, right? It's still below the terrain. So that's also weird. It's two issues. Real sample size 40. Why is this happening? Oh, there's more. Terrain sample size. Uh-huh. Now it looks a bit smoother. Okay, so we still have this issue. So it clips and then it moves upwards. Why? Oh, man. Build camera position. Move pivot to browns. Pivot to ground. Okay, let's remove this here. Move pivot to ground just to make sure this one is also not interfering with this shit. Oh, we need to return false here. Okay, well now nothing changes. Is this expected? I thought it would still do some zooming. Well, this does the zooming. Move pivot to browns. Okay, so this one is pretty much necessary now. Yeah, pivot to background. Yeah, so what I don't understand is when we move the camera and we build the camera position, it does not move the camera above the terrain, even though it definitely is above the terrain. And I don't understand that part either. There's two bugs and I don't understand both of them. It makes no sense to me. Like, why is this not hitting? Why is this code not hitting? When we when we scroll to the edge, I don't understand. Well, it is hitting, but it's not enough. But it should be, because we get this is source pos is a camera position, and this is a height at this camera position. So well, this should work. It's probably something really stupid again. And I just don't see it because I'm blind. I'm blind. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's see if that hits. It does. Okay, so it does reposition when we scroll here, but it doesn't reposition high enough. Why? Why doesn't it reach this height already? By the way, I just realized that potentially is another bug here. I just realized. Get height around position. Here on this one, I wonder if we, before we rotate, I wonder, camera transform dot get translation. Vector 3 translation. Get translation, and then transform dot set translation, to vector 3 0 0 0. Then we rotate and then we set the translation back because we don't want to affect the translation. I'm not sure. Just something I thought about. Set translation. Let's see. I'm not sure if that's necessary. Doesn't change anything. Maybe it's not necessary. Okay, I really have no clue what's wrong here. It makes no sense to me. Both bugs. Why is it clipping this way and why is it not already above the ground when we scroll there? I don't understand it. Why is this still below the terrain? Maybe the bugs are related. But I have no clue for both of them, and that's really sad. It's really sad, yeah. I think I'm retarded. Yeah. Most likely. Huh. That's sad. I don't know. I don't know. But I also can't give up. I can't give up on this. I'm invested. I have to look as long as it takes until I find the bug and fix the bug. I just don't know where to start looking. I really don't care that I can scroll out this far. I don't care about that shit. It's probably also another bug, but I don't care. It's really minor, right? That you can scroll out. Like it should stop here already. You shouldn't be able to scroll out that far. But you know, I don't care about that shit. Let that be, right? I don't care. As long as it works well for this case here, I think we're good, right? So for this it works well. And then for here, we scroll out a bit too far. We don't care, right? It's okay. It's not the end of the world. But this behavior is unsettling. Man. Oh. Come on, some clue. Give me some clue. Some simple clue. We just need a hint, yeah? A cheat code. Enter the cheat code. Oh, come on. Move pivot to ground. It's not the pivot. No, I don't think so. Even though ground level always source of trouble, right? So yeah, but I don't think that's a problem. No. It must be something with the constraints, but then why do they only break when we modify the camera transform there? Set transfer. So it's called at two places, this function. And this one is called at three places. Oh, why do we have this? My gosh. So build camera transform is calling it. Move pivot to ground. Okay. Okay. How about we do the following? We a new experiment. Let's take this, comment this out, and then build camera transform, and then we only, before using its transform, no, and then we only update it here, only here. How about that? So, well, I don't know if that's a good idea. So we have camera transform, get translation, do vector 3, campos, camera pos, camera pos, vector, yeah, camera pos, blah, blah, But then the look at position is wrong. Yeah, that won't work. No, I don't think we can do that. Camera transfer. Not sure if it's a coincidence that we are so close here. Almost 4 hours and we achieved nothing. Absolutely nothing. Man. I don't know what to do here. There's some problem. Build camera position. Oh, come on. What is the problem though? Why can't I figure this out? Peak retardation, really. Some stupid bug. Some stupid issue. The most stupid issue. When we find it, then it's probably like, of course, yeah. Yeah, how can we not see this? Oh, that's goddamn bullshit. Real bullshit. Yeah. JC integrated. Build camera position. Okay. I have the feeling that we won't be able to figure it out this session. It looks really innocent to me. We're just repositioning Z. It should change nothing. Is camera pos used for something? 3D camera. Set transform. Pick ray pos. Okay, it's used for that. Okay. I guess that could explain it, maybe. Yeah, 3D camera. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe this one here is responsible. Yeah. Set clipping. Yeah. Get 3D camera position. Is this used in here? No. Camera pivot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we do with a camera. Yeah. I could imagine that maybe it's related to this thing here, that here we use the camera position, and since we change the height of the camera position, and then the peak ray pulse is different. Maybe. Yeah. But I don't understand. Like, if we let go of the camera area constraints. Set camera transfer. I really don't understand. Something is fundamentally wrong here. Man. It's some nightmare. This is a nightmare change. I hate it. I hate this camera shit. I absolutely hate it. I will be so happy when this is done. I hate it. Makes me lose all joy. All joy is gone. Goddamn camera. Oh man. Oh man. Why is this so broken? Build camera transform. I don't understand it. I'm losing my mind here. I don't know what the problem is. It looks so innocent what we did here, and it breaks the whole shit. It makes no sense to me. Why is this breaking the constraints? Is it even breaking the constraints? I still don't understand the problem. I mean, when we commented this out, the issue doesn't happen, so it must be. But maybe we. Maybe we do need to do this update here. Just zoom when scrolling. Let's make this true for tests. Error. What? Oh. Let's say or true. No. Okay, that works. Why? Okay. Why does this work? So this means that now we always update the pivots, yeah? When we do this. Does that make sense? Maybe. Okay, but I still don't understand why the issue then happened. Like, I mean, it's good that this helps, yeah. So basically here we would need to check, okay, is the camera above terrain? No, okay, then we need to adjust the zoom, which then will update the pivot, and that avoids the trouble. But I still don't understand why this happened in the first place. And I would expect that maybe we don't question it, we just accept it. But it would be good to understand it. But at least this looks good now. Yeah, this looks very good. I like that. Visually, it looks good. Yeah, let's do a higher pitch like this. Yeah, this looks cool. So it no longer clips into the ground. Do a bit lower. Okay, so that is cool. It looks great. But I still don't understand it. Why this was not working. Which is worrying. Don't question it, I guess. I need to think about this a bit, why this happens. It would be good to understand it, but okay, we have at least some workarounds. Somehow, I don't know, the ground, so the ground level, it's worrying. Ground level, it shouldn't snap that way. Why did it snap? Recoil camera constraints after scrolling. Ground level. I don't understand it. Good. I think I will take a break here. Next session, we think about it again. Why this happens, and if there's like a bug. Like to me, this indicates, without this here, that there is some bug in the way we clip the constraint, or we update it, or something. Something is weird. Like it shouldn't behave this way. It's also weird that the camera, if we don't have the ground level updated, that the camera doesn't go above the terrain. Why is it doing that? So here, build camera position, yeah. Here, it's clearly we say here, okay, we use the ground position for the target pass. Yeah, fair enough. And then we add that to the source pass. So this is now the camera position, and this is a look at position, yeah. And then here at the bottom we say, okay, the camera location is below the terrain height plus a near Z value. Is there maybe something wrong here? Still? But it looks super simple. Okay, I will think about it again next session. I have no clue right now why this happens. Good. All right, then I wish you a great day or night until next time. Goodbye.